Hello, hello. I am feeling so many of you. There are so many people that are just having lots of energy stuff happening. So let's jump in here. Let's talk about it. All right, it's working. Hi, Tarot Goddess. Thanks for being here. Oh yeah, I wasn't there yesterday. It got too late. It got so late. And then I was like, no, I better not. But oh, thanks. Yeah, this is I finally got my own merch. Ta-da! Yes, this is live. I know it's been so long. But yeah, so Tarot Gothis, this is my own merch. So this is my design that I put together. It's nice to see you, Annie and Tarot Gothis. Thanks for being here. Yeah, I'll let people come in and I'll tell you a little bit more about it. But if you want to look at it more, the little thing that's above my head, that QR code there, that has all of my links in it. And so then you can go to there's a merch link in there. You could see everything. Yeah. I finally got it. It took me forever to be able to get it. Okay, so I need to um start a list because since we weren't here yesterday, I want to make sure that we're combining both sets of topics. So, both just in general and any hip hop specific topics. Um, so, let me know if you have anything in the chat and I will put it there. We do need to talk about our 428, I believe is what it is, from last week from our wheel. Um, I did want to talk to everybody about changes in retrogrades because we had some of those. And then um, there's been a lot of earth activity that we should talk about. Oh, I feel a sneeze coming. I feel it. Excuse me. Now you all get to hear my funny sneeze. Oh. Okay, what let me see what you putting in the chat. Hi, Doc. Thanks for being here. I saw all of your birthday celebrations. I just wasn't able to hop in the chat. I'm so glad you made it. Oh, thank you, Tarot Gothis. So let me know what else we have to talk about in the chat. Yes, sending you so many good birthday vibes, Doc, and trying to get transmissions through so that you could have an encounter. There's still time. There's still time. Let's see. Oh, okay. Yep. Okay. Yep. Change is always coming. And those fives, huh, honey? Do you want to talk about your dream? We could put it here. We could put it on as number 4. Doc's birthday, Doc Kaiju that's in here, birthday was in the last week, Doc, or last 2 weeks? Okay, so we'll talk about the dream. Is there anything? Hi, Chica. Thanks for being here. Welcome in. There's got to be more. So I think we have to wait for people to come in to finish this list because as I was preparing to go live, there I felt so much energy. Like people were like getting bombarded with energy or something. So we have to have more to talk about. Hi, B. Thanks for being here. Hi, Michelle. Thanks for being here. Make sure you hit the like button on your way in. But we're still making the list, so we can let me know if there's anything that you'd like to put on the list for us to talk about. And it could be general, but also it could be hip hop because I wasn't here yesterday. So we're combining the 2 days today. Okay, Doc. So your birthday was on the 17th. Okay. I love that. We can work on that together, Doc. Don't be just kidding. That's not just kidding. We can work on that together. Sounds fun. Hi, Lex. Thanks for being here. Welcome in. All right. So, what is there anything else? Oh, so any you wanted to add to your dream the number 52 and turtles. Okay. What else? So, anything happening in hip hop that you want to talk about? Do you want to look at the energy vibrations for? So, everybody that just came in, we're just making a list of the things that we want to try and cover. So, if there's anything that you want to add to this list, please just let me know. Oh, so there's two dreams. So, one dream is 52 and the other one is turtles. Okay, got it. And I do have a birthday. Yeah, but we'll wait. We'll put that on the list if people are able to come in. Oh, so you like seven, huh, Lex? Okay. New beginnings. Thank you for being here. I've been feeling you heavy, heavy this morning, girl. So anything you want to talk about, let me know. Let's put it in the chat so that we can get it on this list. And if it comes to you later, we can talk about it then. Okay. So sevens and oh yeah, 777s and 999s. Okay. Oh wow. Okay. You getting a lot of messaging, Zinni. So when we get to your dream, we can add some of those things in because they might give you some more hints. Okay. Okay, Chico. You might have to just remind me because I be forgetting sometimes. Sometimes I be forgetting. It sounds like it, Emmy. Okay. So let's jump in. Let's get started and we'll see what else comes through. Um oh, oh. So I finally got my own shirt. So this is my merch. Let me see if I can put it on the screen. We'll do that. I'm gonna put together a whole video of like where the symbols come from. Ah, there we go. So this is from like the little video that I'm starting to put together. But this is my merch. So excited. And I finally was able to get my own. So now I can wear my own merch. I learned that from Nunu. Wear your merch. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. You all are great. Okay. So look for this video. I'm gonna let you know. Oh really? Of course. You know that's how it happens. You know that's how that happens. So I'm gonna give a whole breakdown because there's actually a really in-depth breakdown of this symbol and how to use it because it's actually a very powerful um like antenna. It's like a grid um to pull energy in, and it's pulling energy in to really promote creativity because what I have been seeing in my meditations and in the vibrations is that with everything that's going on right now, the the way that we'll be able to come through this into like a new life and into a new world is with community and creativity. And so we are building community, and we are sitting in community, and community is becoming family. We're learning how to be in community, and now this symbol helps with the creativity. Um, and I tried to create all these little things so that you could get that creative energy in lots of different ways, in lots of different areas. But okay, okay. I'm just so excited about it. But you'll see the video. I'll make sure to let everybody know when that's posted. Oh, that's awesome, Doc. That's awesome because that's really what it's like. All of the heavy energy is actually getting moved out. We're just getting impacted by it a lot because it's moving so much. It's moving so much because so much is shifting. And so we're really feeling it, but it's actually getting shifted out. And so we have to make sure that we are filling those spaces energetically with what we really want in life. And the best way to do that is through creativity. So that's great. Keep creating. Draw all that energy into your space. Okay, let me catch up in chat. Even though, like, it's so weird to not be in chat. Oh, yes. Okay, cool. All right, you all in there chatting amongst yourself, loving on each other. That's great. Okay, so let's talk about last week's vibration. We'll talk about last week's vibration real quick and then we'll move on. Do let me know if there's any vibrations or numbers that you want me to add to the list. So, the number that we got last week for the vibrations to watch for was 428, where 8 is really a lot about like that reap what you sow energy. It's those cycles. And so you're like witnessing the energy come back into the space, and not necessarily in the same way, but it's coming back into the space. You're seeing it again. And when that energy comes back in that space, it draws your attention to the duality in that space. And I think we've been seeing some of this where like this energy has come back around, and it has like put a spotlight on where duality is. But this too is really asking you for you to end duality, to recognize what are the two extremes or the two things that you're flip-flopping back between, and how do you gather the energy from both that works for you and put it together to make something new. Then by doing that, you're able to create a new foundation of things. And the foundation can be, it could be a physical like foundation to build, but most of the time it's really about your mental state, or like your beliefs, your morals and beliefs, and what you stand on for what you're doing in the space. And I think we've seen probably all of this. Mostly what we've probably seen is when we add these up together, we get 14 and then 5, where this 14 is, again, we have this shifting of foundations. So understanding which foundations are actually not working for you, like you're building on sand, that need to be come down, and where the foundations are strong and you can build in there. But 14 is also like this energy of mixing. So where we have 11 is like balancing, and 2 is ending that balancing act or that choice act and being able to create something new. 14 is like the mixing, like these two sides are coexisting, where they're not coming together, but they're also not balancing. They're not at opposition. They're mixing, but not coming together. Kind of like vinegar and oil. So it's like when, like with a salad dressing, you could have a good old salad dressing, but you have to shake it up first so that that mix is right. That's the energy, the vibration of 14. So when you are encountering 14, that's what's happening. But it's this mixing that is then like promoting this 5, which is change. So it's promoting the changes that are coming in. So this was our vibration from last week. So throughout the week, we were looking for these vibrations and seeing how we encountered them, whether it was the number or any of these themes. And then at the end of today, we will spin our wheel and we'll get another one. So for anybody that hasn't been here before, we usually just spin our random number wheel every Saturday so that we can get a number, a vibration to be able to look out for, because we need to start being in awareness of the vibrations that we have in our space, that we're interacting with and that we are using. You first have to be aware, and then you can use them with intention. But that's like what creativity is being able to use your energy in an intentional way. It's you're intentionally using that energy to be able to create something. So that is what creativity is. So these practices help us with our awareness. And once you're aware of the energy and vibrations in your space, then you can get to intention. And with intention, now this is how we can start being able to like manifest, but also create and be like in that vibrational pocket. You know, like when you get in the zone, that's that vibrational pocket that then can like take you to where you really are trying to go, but with the least amount of resistance. So we gotta keep this going. We gotta keep learning. Okay, let me get in the chat. Let me see what you all talking about. Oh, we talking about math. Oh, okay, Chico. Thank you. And it's funny because I'm actually a Capricorn, well, Capricorn sun. So I am a sun sign sea goat. Oh, I like that one. The number whisperer. Yeah, this is awesome. Okay, Chico. Okay. Oh, that's interesting, Lex. Yep. Well, yep, I'm a Cappy, right on the, well, near the cusp. Right near the cusp of Sagittarius. So that's where some of the teaching stuff comes from. Okay. So let me so while I'm transitioning to another topic, let me know if there's anything else I should put on this list. I do have some other numbers from other people, but I want to make sure that they are watching to be able to put it on here. All right. So we're going to talk about changes in retrogrades. Oh, a data analyst. Yep. Oh, yep. I mean, outside of this YouTube thing, I do statistician work. So I know all about the data analysts. It's a good place for Capricorn mind to be. So we've been in retrograde season. We've talked about retrograde season several times. And I just feel like I need to put this word up here. So retrograde, when you have retrograde, you have a couple of things going on. So the word retrograde, if we use our little code book where A equals 1 all the way to Z equals 26, and we add up all of these letters, we get 111 for retrograde. And so retrograde has a couple of different things going on. So with the vibration of 111, it's definitely something where it's a change in direction that's allowing new energy to come into the space, and that new energy is helping bring in growth. It's helping you to grow. But the way that that energy is moving when it is coming into your space is it's really coming back into you. So when a planet is moving direct, it's just moving in its regular direction, most of that energy is outward. Even if it comes in through us, it's going out. And it's a lot about energetic exchange. So you getting a lot of energetic exchange between like two people. It's like in relationship with two people or in situations with people is where you are getting those lessons that you need to get in order to grow. When we have a retrograde, it means that that energy from that planet, so here on Earth, when it's in retrograde, it looks like that planet is twirling backwards or in the opposite direction. That's why it's called retrograde. And what's happening is it's shifting the direction of that energy. And so now it's in us, it's coming into us. And so during retrograde season is the time when we need to be using that energy to really do a lot of self-care, self-healing, self-reflection. A lot of the lessons that we need to be working on are coming from within. And that matches with, so RE adds up to 23, which is the numerical vibration of the phrase I am. So with retrogrades, it is turning that energy inwards and it's working on that identity. It's working on the self. It's working on the I am. And that's where the growth is coming from. So that then you can, any of those words that start with RE. So you can review, you can restructure, you can reevaluate, you can redo. Those are all the things that are on, like coming in when you are working with retrograde energy. And it's so once those planets turn direct again, now you've grown your energetic space. You've grown in the knowledge of what you have reviewed in building up yourself, building up your identity. And so then when that planet is now going direct, you are able to now direct that energy outwards. And then, I don't know why I'm saying all this. I guess this is the message that was meant to come through. But different planets move at different paces. So, like yesterday, or actually early this morning, Mercury is no longer in retrograde. So this is the one that people freak out about the most. Mercury is about communication. And because so many of our means of communication are technology based, that's why it's associated with like tech issues. Because there can be miscommunication, because that communication is moving inward. When it's moving inward, you need to take more time in your communication. That doesn't mean just pausing on what you're saying, but also taking more time to process the information that you're getting in from some other person or whatever it is you're learning. And so Mercury actually is our fastest moving planet because it is closest to the sun. And so Mercury retrograde lasts for about 3 weeks, like 2.5 to 3 weeks. And so that's what we're coming at the end of. So with Mercury, when it goes into retrograde, so when it's direct and we're communicating the way that we always communicate, and the communication is more about externally going in, talking in and out, and communicating this way. When it turns retrograde, now we have 3 weeks to review what we have communicated, and to return to what we have already learned, but also to remember who we are in our communication. and in our communication space. And these are the times, these 3 weeks is when we're able to get some growth around our identity, so that when we are coming out of Mercury retrograde and it's going direct again, now we are able to communicate a more authentic self, a more authentic I am. And so Mercury has come out of retrograde early this morning. It's at the times when it first goes into retrograde and at right as it's coming out, so like today, that the energy could feel a little bumpy. You know, it's kind of like anything. Like, you could be the best driver in the world, but you're gonna feel the difference as you're taking a turn, as you're changing direction, especially if it's a U-turn. And that's what's happening here with the energy. That it doesn't mean it's anything's bad or anything's happening, but there can be some bumpiness in that energetic space of communication. Yeah. We also, so on the 27th, what day was the 27th? Thursday? Oh, yeah, Thursday. Thursday was the 27th. So on Thursday, we also had Saturn go direct. And Saturn has been in retrograde, I think, since May. And then it just came out of retrograde on the 27th. But Saturn is all about responsibility, and structure. So think about, since it went in retrograde over the summer, where there have been things that have come up from the past, because retrograde is things returning. So energy returning and requiring that responsibility be taken. So we've seen actually a lot of that within the hip hop space. But there, as it's now going direct and it's back direct, it'll be more about taking responsibility and restructuring things in the current moment and not so much from the past. So we've seen, since Saturn's been in retrograde, a ton of stuff coming in from like the past. So it's a returning of energy that now is asking for responsibility to be taken, or for structures to be realigned or redone. But now we are going to see that it's more about the present moment in time. But that's very much about Saturn. And we are going to actually have the beginning of 2026, we'll have some interesting energy happening with Saturn and Neptune, because both of them are actually moving into the space of Aries, which also represents I am. And so Saturn and Neptune will be there together, and they'll actually be conjunct, which only happens every like 37 years in Aries. So we have these retrogrades that have stopped. We still do have a couple planets in retrograde. I think what we still have in retrograde is Jupiter is in retrograde in Cancer. So we still are in that season of needing to turn the nurturing of that nurturing energy of Cancer inward for ourselves. So really, one, making sure that we are really paying attention to self-care and self-healing, doing the things that we need to do to take care of our own bodies and our own minds and our own emotions. Um, but also learning how to receive, because so many of us are nurturers where we give outward, but Jupiter retrograde in Cancer is really asking us to take a time to learn how to receive. This also goes back to us needing to learn how to be in community, because being truly in community is not having some givers and some takers. It's learning how to be able to be both. Um, so you have to learn how to be able to receive as well as give, and do both in a way that is very intentional. Being aware of when and how and why you are nurturing, either outward or in receiving, and being intentional about those movements and what is happening. Okay, man, that was a lot. I did not think I was going to talk about that much. But let me know if you have any questions before we move on to something else. Okay, let's see. Let me see what's going on in the chat. Mm-hmm. Yes, Annie. So if you took time off from work in like the last 3 weeks, yep, that would be really good, because Mercury was in retrograde, so it made communication a little harder, that with much more opportunity for some miscommunication, because you were supposed to be focusing more on the communication inward. So really processing and integrating and thinking about things, like remembering and reviewing, instead of communicating outward. That's why the outward communication would be choppy. But also with that Jupiter retrograde in Cancer, where making sure that you're taking time off of work is that self nurturing for your body, for your mind, for your well being. So that's that energy as well. Okay, let's see. Yeah, yeah. So you know what, Lex? You need to, yeah, yeah. So you need to make sure that you are looking up. You need to look up some books and some programs. You could get it on audiobook. You can also get videos on not just being an empath, because from what you're saying, you understand what it is to be an empath. Like, you feel all of that energy and you're able to move with it. But you need to look into how to work with the energy as an empath. And then certainly come here, because those are types of questions that I can certainly answer for you. But yeah, no, that's an ability, it's a gifting, it's a talent that you really should be working to build up, because that's how you work with energy and how you're able to move it. So you already are at the stage of awareness where you're aware of your interaction with energy and with other people's energy. And now you just have to learn the skills so that you can work with it with intent, so that you are intentionally healing others. You're intentionally moving energy in and out of your body, and also in your space. Because it feels like right now that you're kind of doing it without knowing it, and when it happens, it surprises you. Yeah. no, so yeah. So really, so we'll do a side quest here. I like a good side quest. So, we know that everything is made of energy. We know that. Like everybody knows that. It is. Um and all energy is made up of vibration. And so, what we have is when we have any kind of energy that we are encountering, and this, we'll say, here's this block of energy. This block of energy can be a person, it could be an idea, it could be a set of words, it could be a song. Um, it's just like this block of energy. And within this block of energy, we have different vibrations that are working together to make this block of energy what it is. And they're like woven together like this. Woo. Okay, let me see. Where are we going with this? So it's all these different vibrations together that are making up this block of energy. Now, all vibration is neutral. That means that it contains everything that we would perceive as positive or negative, all in that same block of energy, all in that same vibration. And so, like what Chico was telling you, is that if you take the perspective, like here, that this energy, so from this vantage point, you're like, oh, this is bad. Then that's how you're going to interact with this energy. But within this same energy space, if you were just to move your positioning even just a little, now you'll be able to perceive it as good. Or if you move your positioning over here, maybe now you can see it as neutral. And so it's really about first gathering the awareness that the energy is there, and then accepting that all of the energy and the vibrations are neutral. And you really get to choose the perspective in which you take with them. And so you have to go into working with energy as close to neutral as you can, or just at least accepting that it's neutral until your position shows you something different. Because also, it doesn't mean that like this block of energy is good for everybody. It may be good for you right now in this moment of time, but bad for somebody else in their moment in time. That's the awareness. So we have to get to a place where you're first aware of the interactions of the with energy, but also that you have more control and power than you think. You're not, we're, none of us are a victim to the energy. With awareness, we can then be able to be intentional in how we interact with the energy and how it impacts us. Okay, let me go into the chat. Make sure I'm not missing any questions. But put your questions in there while I'm in here so I can get them. Let's see. Okay. Yeah. All right. So let's see. So that's a good question, Lex. So it's not perceiving bad behavior or hate as good. It's understanding that the source of that energy is neutral. And so you get to choose a good response that's good for you. So if you're seeing bad behavior, it's first recognizing that, okay, I'm perceiving this as bad, but the energy that it comes from is neutral. And so instead of letting that energy come on me and make me also feel bad, I can now choose to have that energy come on me in a positive way for me. Exactly. Walking away. So if the best thing for you, the good energy for you is to walk away, you walk away. Yeah, exactly. But that's intention. Intention is making that choice in how you respond and interact with the energy. Whether that energy is your own thoughts or another person or a space. You are choosing how you are using that energy and not being a victim to it. Are you, so your sun is in Gemini? Lex, do you know where your moon and your rising are? Yeah, but that's so what you have is a heightened awareness, Lex. So you're aware, and when you accept that awareness and you move with intention, now that's intention. So now that's moving and working with that energy in that way. Yes. Yes, Annie. Yes. Okay. Yes. Okay. So, we'll continue with our side quest. So, um, the big three that you want to pay attention to in your astrological chart. Right now, we only use the sun. So when, I say, oh, I'm that's why I say I'm a Capricorn sun. Because your as we look at astrology right now, your sun sign is the only thing we're looking at. But your sun sign is just how energy moves through your mind. That's it. It's just like you have this type of mind, and it's how you are using your thoughts and your thinking pattern and your mental state to be able to be aware and then work with that energy. But you should also understand your moon sign because this is your heart. So, this is how energy moves through your emotional state. So, a lot of times people just associate themselves only with the sun. It's only with how their mind works, and they don't take the time to really understand how their heart works. It's like having two machines that need to work together, but you have them working separate. And so you need to be able to work with both of them in order to really process and move with the energy and the vibrations that are around you. The last one is your rising. And really, all of the planets in your whole chart give you a lot of information, because just like this block of energy, we are made up of, like, so who you are is actually lots and lots of vibrational points in time, not just from when you were born, but how that you've picked up as you've moved through the world. So every single planet and point in your astrological chart, your life path number, your name, your ancestors, and then every experience that you have is adding to your blueprint, your energetic blueprint. And so you need to know as much about those as possible. But if you don't know anything else, you should know your name vibration, your life path number vibration, and then these three: sun, moon, and rising. Your rising is like this is like your shield. This is the first thing that gets presented to people, but it also works as a bridge between your mind and heart. So if you get these three working together, now you can have a really strong, like, energetic machine. This is then what helps you to be able to be in awareness and be more intentional of how you're using that energy. So, like, if something comes in, some energy comes to into your space, and it's disrupting your heart, and your heart's having a hard time processing it, now you can use that rising and you can use that sun to help be like backup and help work that energy through. If there's something like a thought or that something that comes into your mind and your mind is racing like this, now you can use the energy and the motion of your heart and your rising to help move that around. So then you can get to a place of full awareness and then move intentionally. Okay, let me make sure I'm getting... Oh yeah, we can do your life path number. We'll do that next. And Lex, do you go by Lex? Do you want to do your name also? We can do that too. Yes, that's exactly what you're supposed to be doing, Lex. So moving with purpose is moving with intention, but you have to make sure that you are first in a neutral position of awareness. So being aware of the energy that is coming into your space and that is around you, and then working with it, and then being intentional. So it's kind of like, like if you are handed a hammer, but you're not aware that it's a hammer, and you start trying to use it as a screwdriver, yeah, that shit ain't gonna work. It's not gonna work. It's not gonna work. So you first have to be in awareness, and then you're able to move with purpose and intent. So awareness first, and then intention. And that kind of comes back to lots of the discussions that we've had in hip hop, where, like, what is this difference between some of these artists like Malice and Pusha T and Kendrick Lamar and Hanuman Kind? Like, what's these differences between these groups versus other artists? And it is like this combination of awareness first, and then intention. You can't just go in with intention of like, oh, I'm just gonna take over the world. Okay, what's your plan? What tools are you working with? Are you trying to take the world over with a hammer? Oh gosh, okay. That analogy went off the rails, but I think it still worked. All right, let's see what else. Yeah. 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 No, you're fine, Lex. No, this is good. This is how we work in here. It's whatever is coming into the space, that's what we work with. Um, so don't ever apologize. Um, so there's a couple of things we could do. So for your astrological chart, all you have to do is just go to any, you could go right to Google right now and just put in birth chart. And that'll get you your astrological chart. And then you could find these three. Rising, usually you'll see it as this. So that's how you get those. And then we will get your life path number. Um, so you usually use Lex Hobbs. So if you usually use your whole name, then we'll get the whole name vibration. Okay, let me make sure I'm caught up first, though. Oh, yeah. Oh, okay. Josh already told you. Thanks for being here, Josh, and jumping in when we needed you. Okay, okay, there we go. There's the full name. All right, so let me get to a blank space. And we'll get all of this in here. So, um, when we think about your name, Lex, we want to think about what is the name you call yourself? So when someone asks you your name, what do you tell them? And what do the majority of people around you call you? So like we could look at your whole name, but your whole name vibration would really only impact areas of your life where you're using your whole name all the time. It's the name that you, because you think about vibration, it's like music. It's you have to hear it and you have to say it. That's what makes that vibration powerful. Let me go back and get, okay, there we go. Your birthday is 6, 7. Oh, 6, 7, eh? We were just talking about that. All right, and then let me see. Yeah. Oh, hi, Tiptoe Joe. I just got into the chat and saw you were here. Welcome in. Thanks for being here. Yes. But like the so like Lex and this is for everybody. Like we have been going for a very long time where we make these associations with other people. So like Lex and Kendrick Lamar both have a Gemini sun. But that's one, I don't know where I put it. Oh, over here. But that's only one part of the bigger puzzle. So, one, to be able to fully know how you're unique and different, because we need all of us to be in our most authentic self, which means that we are contributing the unique vibrations that only we can contribute. And it has to include all of those weavings of vibration. So when we connect with people, and like especially like with an artist, that we can connect on one of these areas or multiple of these areas, and but then we have to understand that the other parts of our vibration are going to be different. And so how do we connect with others on one vibration, but then make sure that we are still exuding our most authentic self? Because sometimes what happens is we can connect with well, we know we don't connect with artists in a way that we lose ourselves, because that's a stand. We don't do that. Mm-mm. But we do. I know we all have had situations where we connect with somebody so deeply that then we kind of forget these other parts to ourselves, or we try and hide those other parts of ourselves, and that's just human nature. But it's trying to get to a point where we're able to always be our most authentic self and connect with other people with different energies and vibrations, even if it's only using one part of ourselves, but then still maintaining the most authentic parts of ourselves, which is all of those vibrations. Okay, let's see. Okay, so if you introduce yourself um, as Lex, then that's what we're going to use. Okay, thank you, Annie. Thank you for explaining that. Because I love your full name, Lex. Love it. But while your whole name is part of your whole vibrational tapestry, the name that you call yourself, and what the majority of people call you coming in, is the name we use. So even like going back to like Kendrick Lamar, we know Kendrick Lamar's name, that's his first name and his middle name, but that's what the majority of people call him. And he has like his nicknames. And so then those are additional vibrations that he has like in his back pocket that he can use and connect with people. I think that's why he has so many nicknames and so many different personas, because it's giving these different vibrational ways to connect with multiple people. So then multiple people are able to connect. So it's your name that you use in connection. Okay, let me see. You want your name to be Apple? Okay. You better be careful, because we're very progressive up in here. So if you say you want to be called Apple, we'll just go to start calling you Apple. Oh, okay, Josh. So yeah, you and Lex got that. Oh, hi, cousin B. Thanks for being here. Oh, hi, Judy. I just saw you. Thanks for being here. So we're looking at Lex's numbers right now. Um, so let's look. So let's look at your name first. So if we use our little code book where A equals 1 and then it goes all the way to Z equaling 26. We have 12 plus 5 plus 24. And I always check my math. Just to be sure. So let's see. 12 plus 5 plus 24 is 41. Which then, when we add up the 4 and the 1, goes to a 5. So your name vibration, it very much invokes this sense of change. And we were just talking about our vibration for the week, which is also 5. And then Judy just got here, and Judy loves her some 5s. So 5 is all about change. So the energy and vibration of your name is really helping to contribute changes that need to happen. But the way that it change is different. So your name actually pulls in new energy. So people probably look to you for like a new idea, or like trying to get you are the change, Lex. That's exactly what this is saying. You are the change. And the way that you do it is you pull in something new. You pull in a new idea, a new way of thinking about things, like taking a new direction. You're comfortable with change. You might sometimes run into people that are, if they're not comfortable with change, or they're in a place in their life where change is very scary, that they might be off put by you just by your name. And it's because it's invoking this vibration, this energy of change. And you bring that change with something new that actually helps create a new foundation. So when we have the 4 in this position, it's building up the new vibration. And so drawing in new energy and then creating a new foundation. So what this could look like is like bringing in a new idea and then helping to build the thought structure. So like the way of thinking, so that everybody in conversation with you and around you is able to make that change with you. So then you're able to help move people into the change. Yeah, you were. Yes, I love that, Lex. See? And so now this name is fitting. Very fitting for you. So our 2 most powerful vibrations are our name and our life path number. These are the ones that we use to connect with other people. And it's the way that we are able to put our energy out into the world the most. The most we can put it out into the world. And so this is very powerful that you have this energy of change here. So now let's do your life path number. And then we'll be able to see how these are working together. Yes. Yes. Yes, you can. So this is one of the ways that you are bringing in this change is by drawing in that new energy. But what you have to begin to learn to work with is how do you bring that change without it impacting you. And we'll look at the word protector for you also. Because that's probably bringing in some of this energy also. All right, so let's look at your life path number. So for your life path number, we first, so anybody that doesn't have their life path number, now's the time to get your piece of paper and do your life path number. And so you first add up the digits of your birth year. So let's do that. So this is 26. And so in like traditional numerology, or how numerology is mostly done, you would reduce it, but we don't do that around here. Because with your life path, you can't just have that single digit. That single digit life path number, it just tells you what you're contributing, what vibration you're contributing. It doesn't tell you how to get there. It doesn't tell you how to work with it. It doesn't actually give you the path. To get the path, we need to have the 2-digit number. So we're going to leave this 26 intact. And then we are going to add your month and your day. And that gives you 39. And so then 39 Oh, Doc, is your 2-digit life path 22? So then 39, when we add the 9 and the 3, that gives us 12, which then gives us a 3. And so what this is saying is that what your life path is to contribute growth to the world. You're supposed to be helping the world grow in some way. But remember, all of our vibrations are neutral. So this means that growth can happen in any direction. And so you have to make sure that you are following on the path that is contributing the growth to the world that you intend it to, that you really want it to, that you want to be your legacy, because that's what your contribution is. This growth comes from this 12, which is a change in perspective. So this actually is very similar to what you have for your name up here. But this 12 is very much about changing perspective. And remember, when we were looking at, let me see if I can find it. When we were looking at the energy block, oh, look, I found it quick. When we were looking at the energy block, the perspective is how you're perceiving this energy. And so that you actually, your energy and your vibration can help others. It helps yourself and it helps others to be able to shift their perspective so they're able to interact with the vibrations around them, including your own, in a different way. But again, remember that that's neutral. So that change in perspective, it could be going from bad to good or good to bad or bad to neutral, or, it could be moving any of these ways. But it's being aware that that's actually what your vibration is doing. And so then how you bring this change in perspective. Now, these are the steps. So this is actually like step 3. So you don't just go straight to helping people grow, because then people are going to get annoyed with you. Things are going to get all squirrely and weird, and it doesn't work out that way. So you have to make sure that you're taking the steps on your life path. And you have to make sure that you first are learning these lessons. You're stepping into awareness of what these vibrations are doing for you in your life and in your body, and then moving it outward to others. So you first, you build up yourself first, you learn your lessons first, and then you're able to contribute that out to the world. And so the steps that have to be taken, the first step, so we write all of our numbers, we write them left to right like we would our letters, but we read vibration from right to left. So step 1 is this 9. And 9 is all about ending and shifting. So you have to, the first step is understanding how energy and vibration moves. And from what you've been saying, you understand that. You understand how energy shifts and move, and that you're able to end how an energy is impacting somebody else. But you have to figure out how to be able to do that for yourself first, and then you'll be more productive in doing it for other people. It's like you'll grow in superpowers. Like, you first have to go and get your full origin story. And so it starts with understanding what is the end. This is also in understanding the intention, because what comes at the end is the goal. It's the intention that you're trying to get to. So you have to really understand how energy is shifting and moving, but to what end. It also is about ending things. So to go along with your change up there, that 5 from that 41, it's about ending the way things are done. So being a leader, a model, an example of how things can be done differently. So even with you saying that you are trying to live by the golden rule, you're trying to make sure that you are being a model of ending bad behavior, or what you would deem as bad behavior, and shift into a way of interacting with people that is better. So that's that change in perspective. So it's understanding that ending and that shift of energy, but then you have to understand how that shifting and ending of energy impacts growth. You cannot get to this end 3 of growth and contributing growth to others and to the world without going through this step 2 first. If you do, you have the potential of sparking growth in the wrong direction. So this is kind of like, so growth in the wrong direction would kind of look like if you are sent in to teach a 3rd grade class, but you bring 8th grade work. So instead of growing those third graders in their learning, upward and outward, you're actually growing their loss of confidence. They're not thinking they're smart enough, of their doubt and self doubt. Hopefully that makes sense. So it's, you have to really understand what growth is. What does it look like moving in different directions? What does it look like when somebody is growing by building a tower versus somebody that is growing by digging a ditch and they're just getting lower down in? So you have to do this for you first, and then you're able to take this knowledge to help others change their perspective and be able to grow on their own. Okay, let's see. Yeah, so you first need to shift that around. You know that you um are putting too much energy outward onto others when it exhausts you. And sometimes you have to do that. Sometimes that's what's necessary, but you then have to have a plan to replenish yourself. So, for anybody that has been in the church or in the Bible or even have heard the stories, not, we're not getting religious here, but there's lots of stories of how Jesus would go out on his own. And it's because he would give of himself this energy. So even if we're just thinking about Jesus as this parable of what we should be doing, you give of yourself energetically, but you are prepared in making sure that you are getting replenished. So then you step away, you do what you need to do to self-care and build yourself up, and you don't go back out until you are regenerated. When you don't help yourself, then that's where disease comes from. That's where dis-ease comes from. Too much energy outward. Okay, let me see what else. Oh yeah, very connected. Yeah, yeah, yeah. So that's exactly what's happening, Lex, is we just want to make sure. Um, nope, you've got it. I see where you put in your moon and your rising. So we'll get to that. We'll be able to get there. Um, oh, hi, LTFM. Thanks for being here. Yes. Oh. LTFM is back behind. That's okay. All right. Yes, exactly, Annie. So that dis-ease is disease. It's when the energy is not moving, um, and when it's not moving, when it's not moving in the proper way, then it um gets like bunched up in certain places, and we could talk about that another time, but there's a lot going on there when we have disease. But a big part of that usually is not replenishing ourselves. Oh, it still didn't show the numbers. Uh-oh. Yeah. Yeah, your energy can get sucked. Okay, so Lex, also, so we have your name is 41, your life path number is 39, and so then we want to look at how these are working together. So 41 and 39 together. 39 plus 41 gives us 80. And so when your name and your life path number energy are working together, it is able to draw in the support of this God energy. So this 0 is God or universe energy. It's like whatever the higher power is, anything that's bigger than ourselves is this 0. It's the one vibration, the one energy that we do not have any control over. We have no control over. So this lets me know that you haven't fully tapped into using your own vibrations yet. Because when you are using just even these two parts of your vibrational tapestry, you're able to draw in this energy from God or the universe so that you're not having to give energy of yourself. You have the support of God, of the universe, of an energy that's bigger than you. So that's how you'll know if you are actually working with these vibrations with intention. And if you're in a place where you're not getting this, like it doesn't feel like you're getting the God, universe, bigger energy support, then you have to go back to awareness. You have to go back and, all right, am I taking care of myself? Am I getting rid of these energies that are hurting me? Am I growing in the right direction? Am I bringing change to myself? Am I replenishing my energy in a way that will help me to be able to go out into the world with others? So that's a big clue for you. With the support of God, now you're able to really work with these cycling energies, these cycles of energy. Because energy moves in cycles. It's how it moves. It's like continuously moving around and changing in its weaving. It's coming back around in different forms. And that's because energy cannot be created or destroyed. And so it's like this recycling process. And so once you are able to really be fully aware of your own vibrations and make sure that you are really learning about yourself and healing yourself, then you're able to receive this support from God or the universe so you can actually work with energy in its natural state, in that neutral state of cycling around. Because when it's in this cycling energy state, it's very neutral. So then you're not encountering it and working with it from a perspective where some is bad and some is good. I hope that makes sense. And also know that none of us have figured this out. We're all on these life paths ourselves. And this is why we do this. We're supposed to be working through this all. So it's interesting. Before we get to your sun, moon, and rising, you were talking about how your sun is Gemini, which is similar to Kendrick Lamar, or the same as Kendrick Lamar, that he's also a Gemini. But your life path number is 39, and this is the same life path number as hip hop. So when hip hop was born in 1973, its life path number is also 39. So you can see where these connections are for you, where you're going to be drawn to a lot of the vibrations that are very similar to yours. So that means that you could actually, the vibrations of hip hop can help you with these lessons. That hip hop's on this a similar life path as you, and so you can use hip hop as a way to help you become aware of these steps that you need to take. I think that's cool. I think that's very cool. Okay, I'm gonna drink some water, get caught up in chat, and then we'll talk quickly, Lex, about your sun, moon, and rising, and we can see what we have next. Mm, okay, let's see. What else? Mm, I saw, V, that you put out a new video. I need to be able to go. I want to go and watch it. Hopefully after this. Yes. Yes, Lex. Yes. So you already are tapped into your higher power, that God energy for you. But now it's allowing that energy to fully support you. Let it support you and do the work. You should not be feeling like you're depleting yourself because you are tapped into that higher power. That's the biggest energy that there is and the one that can't be controlled. So allow it to take the wheel. Let God take the wheel. And that'll help a lot. Yeah, that's some really good advice, Annie. Thank you for sharing that. Yes, but you need to make sure you're turning that nurturing energy in for yourself. Make sure that it's you first and that you always come back to yourself to make sure you're replenished because we don't want you getting sick. We don't want you to have dis-ease because then you can't help anybody. That was a hard lesson for me to learn, and I'm still learning it. Mm, yes. Yes. Oh no, tears are actually just a movement of energy. And so if you see tears in a more neutral way, then um it's not as hard. Oh no, I don't know what I said. I don't know what part I'm supposed to repeat. Anybody else know? Yes. Oh, yeah, I'm still learning how to be able to make sure that I'm giving to myself and um building up my energy at the same time that I'm giving it. So making sure I have my process. So like for me, I actually did take a pretty long hiatus from interacting with anybody so that I could heal my own body and my mind before reconnecting out into the world. And then even now, like I meditate twice a day, and then I also meditate before and after lives just to make sure that my energy is good. If I feel like I need a nap, I take a nap. I really pay attention to the foods I eat because that's energy. So it's those things. It's figuring out those little things that can really help you. Um, and that's the lesson I'm still learning is what's good for me, what's not, what do I need, what do I not need. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, don't do that. Okay. Thank you, Josh. Yes, Judy, that's my merch. Isn't it cool? And see, I even put up, see, I'm gonna do a video, probably not after this, but sometime this weekend. I will be doing a video to talk about, yeah, I finally got my own merch. Took forever, but I finally got it. And so then I'll put a video together talking about all of these pieces. Yeah! And like everybody that has gotten the merch, Judy and Nunu and Rumple, I'll need you to give me a review at some point. Okay, let's look really quick, Lex, at your sun, moon, and rising. And then we'll move on to the next thing. Okay, cool. Okay, good. Yeah, the little QR code that's above my head, it has all of my links in there. And yeah, you should go check it out. I tried to make sure that there was something for everybody because the actual symbol is extremely powerful. And so I wanted to make sure that everybody had an opportunity to get something. So there's stickers and there's journals and yeah, and I'm sitting here and I'm actually sweating because I can feel the energy, the amount of energy that's coming in through this shirt. It's yeah, it's making me sweat more than usual. I usually sweat during our lives, but okay, so let's see. Now make sure I got this right, Lex. So we have a sun in Gemini. We have your moon in Scorpio. And your rising is in the rising, it's that ASC. Is that in Gemini also? Yes, it could be any. So when you're taking in a lot of energy, it actually does, it can heat up your body, but especially if, so like one of the ways that I interact with energy is like actually through my sense of touch. So I feel energy, I feel vibration before anything else. And so then it, so like if you touch my skin, I'm not sweating. Like my skin is actually the right temperature. I just say that because I can feel the energy moving through. But that's also why I actually am in the gym so much. So when I learned that I could help my body um, not get broken down so much by the amount of energy that I take in and out of my body by building up muscle. That's why I'm in the gym so much. Because fat can hold energy in, and it's energy that's held in and is not moving is can cause disease and illness and sickness. That's why also, like, if you go on a weight loss journey and when you first start working out, I experienced this too. When you first start working out and your fat starts melting, you actually are encountering a lot of your old trauma. That's why when you first start working out, you might have like some depression, or you have memories that come up, that because it's stored in those fats. And so then muscle is a better conductor of those vibrations. So you can move energy in and out of your body easier through muscle. But it still makes you hot. You still get too hot. Well, at least I do. Okay, let me see. Okay, make sure I got everything. Uh, you're right, Judy. I didn't even think about that. You did. I didn't even think about that. Oh, yeah. That's how this vibration works. Okay, you are Gemini rising. Okay, I just wanted to confirm that. So that means, so the way I like to think about this is that these three are working. So it's kind of like we have this machine, because that's what we are. We are machines that are powered off of vibration. And it's running like this triangle. And so you have your Gemini rising here. And then you will have your Gemini sun. And then you'll have your Scorpio moon. And so how these are kind of working together. So one thing you have to be aware of. So Gemini very much is the space of Mercury. It works with Mercury a lot. So you're probably pretty impacted, like when we have Mercury retrogrades, or when there's something happening with Mercury, because Gemini is around communication, but it's in the sense of like student to student. So we can use Kendrick Lamar as an example. So your sun is the way your mind works, and your rising is like out to the world. It's what you put out to the world. So the way you're putting your energy out into the world is through communication, but it's not like a it's not like a oh oh that changes things. I'm glad I saw that. That's why I probably started with rising, because this did feel weird. But so that means that you're connected to Kendrick Lamar through your rising. That's interesting. Okay, and so your sun is Cancer. I thought so, but I don't know. I didn't know. Okay. So your sun is in Cancer. So your sun is, let me mark these real quick. So your sun is your mind. Your moon is your heart. Yeah, that's what I was thinking, Annie. Are we sure? Are we sure it's Cancer? I gotta look it up now. Cause I'm gonna now I'm like, because I think you were right. I think you were right, because Cancer would be end. it would be like the end of June until like mid July. So I don't think that's, let's see. Yeah, the rising could be Cancer. Yeah. Yeah, it is. I looked it up. Yeah, you're definitely a Gemini sun. If you're in Discord, we're a lot of us are in there, so you could send it to us in the Discord. Oh, I know. If you go to that QR code or my description, and my email address should be in both of those. So then you could send it to my email. So maybe what we'll do is let's wait on this, because I think this Gemini is right, but the rising might be wrong. I don't know, but something definitely is a little off. So we will pause. Not that kind of pause, but we'll pause on this. Oh, hi, Mom. Thanks for being here. Welcome in. So we'll wait on this. But Lex, do you have any questions about like what we looked at as far as your life path number and your name? Cuz those are the two big ones. Those are the two that we all really should be working with and working on. And then if you email me your chart, what we can do is I'll look at your chart and then we can look at your chart together maybe on Friday. Because then we won't be so pressed for time. And then if you have any other questions, we can come back. Does that sound good? Because our little side quest turned into a quest. I love that though, Mai. That's great. That's great. I'm so glad that you made it here. Thanks for being here. Okay, so oh yeah, the side quest came from the changes in retrograde. So we did that. And then you know what, Judy, I think I did write down your numbers. So if you can't get them in there, I'm going to put them here and then you can let me know if they're right. We also have, I'm remembering that I wanted to do Rumple Girlskin's birthday. We'll do her life path number. But then let me look, Judy. Let me see. I think I wrote it down yesterday. Oh yeah. Here, from after the live. And if you have more, we can add to this when we get there. And 100. So you look at that, Judy, and see if that's the list and what else you want to add to it. Okay, Lex, great. Okay, let me catch up in chat. Oh, good, Mai. Okay. I'm glad that you made it. Oh, okay. Thanks for sharing that, Josh. helping out with that. Okay, good. Okay, you're emailing it now. Now, I'm not good. I'm like somewhat good with technology. Like, I'm really proud of myself, but I'm not super good. So I don't know if I'll be able to look at it. So we're probably going to have to wait on the chart to next week because I'm not going to be able to go all over the place and get it. And yeah, that's going to be too much. We have, so you're next, we have to talk about Earth activities and then we'll get to your dreams. Yeah, no, you're on this list, Annie. No, I was talking about putting Lex's chart for next week. Yeah, you're here. Yeah. No, we got that. We're gonna get through this list for sure. All right. So let's go over here. So what we've been seeing, there's been a lot of movement in Earth activity. So Earth energy this last week and really it's been the last couple weeks. But for those of you that were here, it was a couple weeks ago where I think I might have just mentioned it. I don't think we talked about it in detail, but that there was increase in solar activity. Um there were more solar flares. So there were more solar flares, and this was like about 1.5 to 2 weeks ago. Um, I think we talked about it in relation to Three Eye Atlas. Um, because it was like, oh, how are they like interacting? How are these vibrational energetic sources interacting and communicating with each other? And how is it impacting us here then on Earth? So we had all of this solar activity and these solar flares happening like a week and a half, 2 weeks ago. And so then in this last week is when that energy actually was being taken in and absorbed by the Earth. And so what we have seen this week is we saw that there was an earthquake in Alaska, and I think that was actually on Thursday. And it was luckily it was in a place where um, it wasn't highly populated. It also was at a depth where it was deep enough in the earth where there wasn't a big, huge impact. But when that happens, we still feel those vibrational waves. So that vibrational movement is still very much happening. We've also seen the effects of some of this solar energy. There's been a lot of volcanic activity. And so the earthquakes and like the volcanic activity is really it's the so the earth just like us. So the earth's body um kind of operates in a similar way that we do. And so by paying attention to how earth is um taking in and moving the energy and using the energy can give us some good tips and hints on what we should be preparing for also. So as these solar flares have come in, there's been movement in some of these tectonic plates in areas that aren't as big as uh, we see usually, because we always these kinds of things like this volcanic activity and earthquakes are always happening. We They're just not big enough to impact us energetically. these are when it's impacting us more energetically. And that's why I point these out. So, like the volcanic activity, we saw there was a volcanic eruption in Ethiopia. And this was part of the African super plume. So under the continent of Africa, from about like where the top of South Africa is, all the way up like this to Ethiopia, is the African super plume, and it's a lot of Earth movement there. So there's a lot of movement of lava and the earth in that space. It's not necessarily a tectonic plate, but that's why it's coming up as volcanic activity instead of earthquake activity. But in when it's a super plume, what you see is ash coming out. So it's a lot of smoke and ash that's coming out and covering up. Because with all of that lava moving underneath, it's building up the pressure as that activity increases. And so then what comes out is ash all over. And so that's what happened in Ethiopia this week. And this volcano had not erupted and nothing has come out of it for 10,000 years. So that was surprising. We also have had some activity volcanic activity in Indonesia and in Russia. And then we also saw an episode. It was episode 37 in Hawaii. So Hawaii is a very active volcano. So it's pretty regularly displaying the activity. But what we've seen this year is that it has had a shorter time space between these eruptions, but also that the eruptions are very much aligned when these solar activities are happening. So we saw the Hawaii volcano also erupt this week. We also will see this activity. I think we're starting to see it. I think Annie, you were talking about this. I didn't see fully in the chat, but weather changes. So changes in the weather, there'll be lots of changes in the weather. What we feel in our body is similar to this, but where the earth is moving energy, it's moving energy out and in through these different ways. It uses weather, it uses volcanic activity, it uses earthquake activity in our body. This is where we could see a change or an influx in our thoughts, because that's one way that we move energy around. We take in energy. Our emotions also is how we are taking in and also releasing energy. And actually our body movement. So the movement of our body. So during these times, you might feel like extra tired, like you need to take extra naps. That's your body trying to integrate this energy. But if you feel like you need to move, like you got ants in your pants, or you got a racing mind, overthinking a lot of times means that you need to release that energy. So overthinking, you can release that through an activity like writing, but also any way that you're moving your body. So I wanted you all to be aware of these because you might be feeling these in your body. All right, let me see what's going on in chat. Yes, there's actually been some pretty significant fires in Europe and in China this week. Yeah. And for but those like when I tap into those energies, it very much feels like not man-made like somebody set them, but man-made from like the way um they don't, I don't know how to explain it. It doesn't feel like it's from Earth. So it's not like lightning or like something like that. Yes, Josh. Yeah. Yeah, so the eruption that we saw in Cousin B's live, that was that episode 37 eruption in Hawaii. It's not arson. It's not. It's the way that energy and the vibration is moving in that space. I mean, it could be arson, but it's not, definitely not from like the earth. It's from like the way things are put together. It has a lot of human energy on it. Yes. Yes, exactly, Lex. Exactly. Exactly. And so I try to make sure that I am sharing this information with you because again, the first step is to be aware, because we need to be aware of what the energy and the vibrations are around us, and earth gives us some very big clues about what is the energy that's coming into our space and how are we interacting with it. The other one is the moon, because it works on cycles. We have to be aware of where the moon is in its cycle, because when it's hitting that full moon, um it messes with the water in our body and our brains. So it is bringing in awareness first, so now we can be intentional in how we choose to react and interact with that energy, so we're not just thrown every which way. Yep, 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 yep. Oh, you know what? You might be right, Josh. I do not remember. I can't remember everybody's life path number because if I did, man, my brain would hurt. I mean, my brain hurts regularly anyway, but we might have to find out. Yeah. So, yep. Yeah. So, making sure that you are aware of the energies that you're interacting with and the energies that are around you help to make sure that you're not one of the crazies. It helps to make sure that you are choosing how that energy is coming out and how you're working and moving with that energy, how you're responding to that energy, um, and not just falling victim to it and then having to go and apologize. Oh man, you in that chart, Lex. Oh no. I will look at your chart. I will look at it after this. You know what? That is actually a really good sense of awareness, Michelle. Like when you recognize your eating habits and like if you're hungry or not. a lot of times, so remembering that everything is energy. And so we are when our body is telling us that it's hungry, it's usually one of two things. Um, Either we are eating from like a habit, it's a cycle that we're in. So it's like whenever I feel this way or anytime I do this activity, it's required that I eat. But also, and like this is the point that we want to try and get to, is that we eat, like we crave certain foods for the energy that we need to do what we need to do, whether it's with our mind or with our body. It looks like everybody else is hungry. But that's a good, so recognizing that um is like, okay, like what is happening here? Sometimes what could be happening is that you're taking in so much energy from outside of you, that it makes your body not feel like it it needs energy from any other sources. But you really have to feel into your body to see what your body needs. But those are good days to, like, when you're not hungry, those are good days to like just go into meditation and just fast and do like a liquid fast. You should always be drinking at least your water. We could talk about that another time too. Okay, let's see. What else did I miss? Oh, okay. Well, thank you for being here, Nunu. Thank you for being here. I've been feeling your energy. So we can chat later. But thank you for still being here. I really appreciate it. Yeah, that's that Gemini, Lex. Gemini is the student. It's the so you learn by being a student, but you also, the way you communicate is from a place of a student. That's that Gemini energy. I don't know why you want a stellium. Stelliums are a really big energy. A stellium means that you have um, three or more planets that are very close to each other in the same sign. It they're actually pretty hard to work with. So I don't know why you would want that. Okay, Judy's not hungry. Oh, that's definitely why you're hungry, Lex. Yes, thank you, Judy. Everyone hit the like button. Appreciate you. Oh yeah. Yeah, but that makes sense. So when you're using energy, um then that's why like they now have like all of the protein drinks where it's like you drink this one before you work out, and then you drink this one during your workout, and you drink this one after your workout. It's just being very intentional about how you're using the protein that you're bringing into the space. Very intentional on how you're using the energy. Oh, okay, Doc. Doc hopped in there. Oh yeah, you had some good stuff. Oh, okay, Judy. Okay. Oh gosh, you all crack me up. Okay. Any, I think we are ready. Maybe. Okay, yeah. We are ready for your dreams. So you said you remembered one, but not necessarily the other. So you can just give us as much information as you want and that you remember. So we are here at Any's Dreams. And while I'm waiting in the chat, we'll put this up because I'm so excited. Yay, merch! Everybody get creative. We will heal the world with community and creativity. Okay. So is that all you remember about the first one, Annie? Is 52 and that you were with your mom? Oh, okay, I see it coming. All right, I'm just going to look away until you tell me that you're ready. Mm-mm-mm. Okay, I'm going to start looking. Oh, oh, that's actually pretty cool, Doc. That's a pretty good dream. Okay, let's see. Let me go. Okay, so let me go out here so I can find clean page. There we go. Yeah, 52 degrees Celsius is extremely hot. All right. So, dream number 1. I'm going to start putting some of these things here. So, the significant parts. Okay. So, significant parts was that it was with mom. 52 degrees Celsius. July 2026. Yeah. Yeah. No, it's insanely hot. 52 degrees Celsius is crazy hot. But that number, okay, is important. Okay. So let's look at this one. So let's see what vibrations we're working with. So let's first look at mom. Now, is it like which is resonating more? Just mom or my mom? So while you answer that, we'll get this one. So mom is going to be 13 plus 15 plus 13. Okay, that's what I thought. That's what I thought that my needed to be in there. Wow, I just dropped all kinds of stuff. Luckily, not far enough to be a problem. Yeah. Okay, so here we go with our synchronicities again, where we have the same numbers coming up. So, mom, and I forgot to do the word protector for you, Lex, but mom resonates at 41, which is the same as Lex that we saw before. Um, then adding my on here, so it'd be my mom. Now that equals 79. So we have this 79 number. Yeah. And then let's see. It seems like ah, that makes sense. All right. So if we use our little letter to number chart, Celsius, the word Celsius actually resonates at 72, which is the same as hip hop. Since it is Saturday, we could slip that one in. And 52 is this is the numeric vibration of the English word heart and the English word for earth. For you, Annie, you will probably want to at a later time get these same words. So any of the phrases we're using here, like my mom, Celsius, I think it's just those. You'll want to get them in Albanian. Because so what I'm seeing is that so in your dream, it's like you have these vibrations in your dream. But then there's like a layer on top of the actual dream that is what we're seeing in English. You'll actually get more message for yourself by getting it in Albanian. Does that make sense? Because it seems like we'll get a very general message here for all of us. But there's more there that's specifically for you. So then if we do 52 plus 72, then that gives us 124. And 124 is the numerical vibration of the phrase I love you. Wow. Okay. So you have my mom, and then you have this vibration of I love you. And then if now let's look here. So for July 2026, we first add up the digits for the year. And so that gives us 10. And then we add the month of 7, which will give us 17, which will go to 8. So these are the vibrations that we're working with. Okay. It feels like it's really more like the I And that seeing the I is to bring you back to the letter I, because it's the I is its numerical vibration in English is 9, and we're in a 9 year. So that's probably picking up from there. Yeah. Yeah. So let's look at these vibrations together. So just alone here, we're seeing that in this dream about my mom, where my mom was there, we're getting this message just here on the surface of I love you. But now let's look at these vibrations together, because they'll give us a bigger story. So we have 79, and it feels like these two need to stay separate. 52 plus 72 plus 17. Yes, Josh. Oh, yeah. That's what that's for, Chico. You're right. Actually, crying is a very good way of moving energy, moving energy in and out of your space. And we are, it's only really us that associate with like good cry, bad cry, cry because you're sad, or like we're the only ones that attach it to that. It's actually a very neutral thing. It's a very neutral way of just moving energy. And so that's actually bringing us back to an earlier conversation about how you can be experiencing an energy block, and then, or like a piece of energy, and your perspective is how you interact or move with it. So like if you're in the perspective that crying is bad, then when you see someone cry, then you automatically think they're sad or something bad is happening. But if you actually experience crying or someone else crying as a neutral thing, then it's like a natural just movement of energy. Honestly, okay, okay, this might be TMI, but crying is actually the same as like peeing. You're releasing excess energy that you no longer need from the body. It's the same actually as sweat. So it's just one way that we move energy from the body. Similar to like a volcanic explosion that is releasing ash or releasing lava. Okay, I'm gonna stop now. All right, let's add these up. This has been coming up actually quite a lot. Um, so when we add these up, move this over a little bit, we get 220. Which then is going to 4. Hmm. So the whole sorry, had to listen there for a second. So the whole message that is coming through this dream is all about examining the foundations of things, and changing the foundations of things. It very much feels like it's an examination of foundations. So it's looking at like what are the regular behaviors and the um, thought patterns. What are the regular things that you're standing on that you have a foundation in? Uh, so then um, the way that we're examining these foundations is first understanding the role of like this higher energy or this God energy, um its role in the foundations itself, because we have these 22s here that are making up the foundation. And so it's how is this higher power or God interacting with this foundations? How is God or this higher power influencing the foundation of um, influencing the foundation of like the thoughts and the behavior patterns and the belief systems? It feels very much like belief systems, especially with these twos here, where two is really asking you to look at where there is duality and how can it be ended. So look in the areas of life and where is it getting pulled back and forth between, um, and how then do you take from each of those extremes the parts that are working and bring them together to create something new. So it's an examination of the foundations, because there is um, a new set of foundations that are needed, like the structures, the systems of things are needing to be broken down. And even in, this is why this needed to be written out this way, but even then when we start looking back, so if we're reading things from right to left, if we're reading the vibrations from right to left, this is the end here of like, so this is a story about these foundations, an examination of the foundations. It's important to understand how these foundations came together. So now it's telling you about the characters in this story, the pieces that come together in this story. And then here is where the story is. And we see here is where the twos are coming into play. There's one of these twos that is coming in and it's impacting the actions that are being taken. So if actions are being taken from a place where there is duality, because a two wants you to be outside of duality, it wants you to end duality. So if actions are being taken in duality, it's stretching the energy too thin. It's stretching you too thin, and so then you're not able to be in vibrational flow to actually take that action. And same here with the change. You have to make sure that you're outside of that duality. If you're still trying to balance these two sides in duality while making the change, it's going to be very difficult. And then we see that action in flow, action in vibrational flow is extremely important here. Let me find a different color. And we see that because we have, oh, that's too close. Because we have, here. Because we have all three of these sevens here. So the actions that you're taking and being in flow. Yep, and you did say that you were seeing 777. It's tied to here. So making sure that you're examining the foundations, the thought patterns, the regular behaviors, the beliefs, um, and that are coming from the actions that you're taking, the changes that you're trying to make, and how the things that are ending or shifting, which is this 9, how it's impacting your actions, how being in or out of duality is impacting your actions, but then also how being in or out of duality is impacting the changes you're trying to make. I hope that resonated for you because it sounded kind of crazy coming out of my mouth. But is that making sense? Okay, while you are typing any, I'm going to catch up on chat. Mm. Oh yeah. Okay. Yes. That you're right, Lex. That release is like great. I love it. Yes. Finding that good artist or that good set of music to help that energy move is wonderful. That's a good way of self-caring. Oh yeah. Man in the Garden and Reincarnated get me every time. Oh, thanks LTFM. Oh, there it is. Josh, yep. Reincarnated and Man in the Garden, yep, they get me. And actually Gloria too. Well, on that GNX album, there's lots others. Okay. I gotta go fast through the crying uh text because while it's wonderful, I don't want to cry right now. Okay, Lex. Nice. Okay. Red Panda, thanks for being here. Welcome in. Okay, Annie. I'm glad that you're getting it. Okay. I'm glad that that's resonating. Okay, Tiptoe. Sounds good to me. Okay. Annie, did you had a second one, right? This is just the first one? Just the first stream? Oh my gosh, I'm so hot. Moving so much energy through. And with this shirt on, I don't know if I'm gonna be able to wear. I love my merch, but I don't know if I'm gonna be able to wear it for live because it's whew, so much energy moving through. Any? Did you have a second one? Okay, let me know what the second one is. I feel like I'm supposed to be checking something, so let me check real quick. Okay, I'm waiting for the second one. All right, there we go. Okay. Thank you for being here, Red Panda. I really appreciate that. I'm glad you're here. If there's anything that you would like to talk about, go ahead and put it into the chat. And that's for everybody. We can add it to our list. Okay, so from your right arm, there was a giant turtle that appeared, and then some little ones from your fingers, all on the right side. Any? So it was turtles on the right side of your body, right arm. Okay. So we'll look both at turtle and turtles. Yeah, I'm already getting stuff. Okay. So the right side of your body, that is the side of masculine energy. It actually is the side of action. So this goes along with that 7. So it's drawing attention to that. But the arm is actually part of your heart space. So it's the masculine action energy within your heart space, where your heart space is part of your arm, but also remember we just saw that the word heart is that 52. So there's connections here between these two. We'll look at the numerical vibration of the word turtle, but this is you should look up the spiritual meaning or representation of turtle, but it's something around it's a fear. It's like a fear of like prosperity. Because like when you are taking the right action in flow, which is that 7, and you have 7 twice here, then you're able to get to like your reward, like uh your bigger reward. It's like your blessing, but you're like the turtle coming in, because the turtle goes into its shell out of fear. So it's like an apprehension or a worrying about the rewards that are coming. I don't know if it's like from um not having like the confidence or feeling like you deserve it or like you've done enough. It feels like it's something with this action where it's like maybe you feel like there's more to do before it comes in, but it's really not. So turtle is 96. And then if we add the S on it, oh, that's what it's getting. It's 115, and 115 is the numerical vibration of love you and also thank you. So it's there isn't anything for you to do. Like, you know how when you receive a blessing or you receive a reward or something, you either are saying thank you for somebody giving it to you, like for receiving it, or they're saying thank you to you as they give it to you. There's nothing else to do. You thinking about and trying to find the action to take. That's why this right side is overactive. The right side overacting, being overactive, is what's feeling like you have to do something, but there's nothing for you to do. But that feeling like you have to do something, it's disrupting your heart space. That's where the fear is coming out of your heart space, but it's coming from this feeling of needing to take action. But you've already reached the thank you. The thank you comes at the end. Like when you're taking a bow, it's like, oh, thank you, thank you. Like that's what I'm seeing. Thank you, thank you. Like you're already there. You just have to receive. You have to stop doing. It's like you doing too much. Stop doing and just receive. The action, so trying to take action in a very masculine way is not allowing your heart to attract in. Your heart is where you receive. That's the feminine space that receives. But the needing to take action or feeling like you're needing to take action is blocking your ability to receive in a very feminine heart space way. And so then it's this fear that's coming from. But you already received, you're receiving the thank you. It's right there for you. Is this making sense? Because this is coming through really straightforward. Like it's yeah, there's nothing else to do. Because you need to be crying, Annie. You need to be crying. That's stop taking action and let it flow. And let the energy flow however it's meant to flow. Okay, let me catch up in chat. Ah, okay, yep. You're very welcome, Annie. I'm glad it was helpful. You're very welcome. Okay, so let's go back over to the list. Is there anything else we should add to this list? We don't really have anything hip hop on here, but I know I missed yesterday. So we did Annie's Dreams. Let me, while I'm waiting to see if there's anything else to add, me drink some water and make sure that I'm good to go for Rumples because I want to make sure she's not missing it. Wait, let me see. Okay, let me get some water. All right. So I don't. Let me get some water and catch up on chat. I think I'm caught up on chat. Mm. You needed some clarity, any? Okay. Oh yeah. Okay. As long as you got the clarity that you needed. Good. Yes, those air signs in your head. But remember, we're trying to use those big 3 or really stick to your life path and your name because that's what's really going to help. Okay. All right, here we go. So, let's go to I think what I'm going to do is let's look at Rumple Girlskin's name. Oh my gosh. That's not gonna work. I'm trying it. Okay, forget it. Let me not try and tech. I'm gonna try not to tech. Because I tried to get fancy and I'm gonna break something, so I need to just stop. All right, let me just move over here. There we go. Okay, okay, okay. Oh no, see? See? Oh no, see? Okay, okay, okay. There we go. All right. Are we ready? We're gonna look at Rumple Girlskin's name. Oh, wait, let me see. Yes. Okay, yep. Yep. Energy is so interesting and vibration is interesting. All right. So, let's get the name up here. So, Rumple Girlskin. All right. So, to be able to fully look at this name, we're going to need to get all of the numbers associated with each of the letters because that's going to give us more of the story. So, it's kind of like, when you're reading a book, you want to see all of the letters. You need to see all of the letters and the words and how they come together. And then that gives you the comprehension. So here we need to see all of the vibrations that are coming together to make up Rumple Girlskin's name, which I love, by the way. So we're going to use our little chart where A equals 1, and then we go all the way through the alphabet to Z equaling 26. And so then this is 18 plus, oh my gosh, I think I'm going to have to start farther over because this is so long. Okay. So let me move this down so I can start over here. Okay. So 18 plus 21 plus 13 plus 16 plus 12 plus 5. So I'm at the E right now. E is 5. Plus 7 plus 9 plus 18 plus 12 plus 19 plus 11 plus 9 plus 14. Okay, so we're seeing like how these are coming together. So let's add these up and then we'll get to this bigger vibration. So 18 plus 21 plus 13 plus 16 plus 12 plus 5 plus 7 plus 9 plus 18 plus 12 plus 19 plus 11 plus 9 plus 14. And we get 184. Nice. And then if we add these up, then this gives us 13, which gives us 4. So I feel like I need to preface. So typically in numerology, you would look at the whole name and then you would look at the consonants and you would look at the vowels separately. But that's not what we're doing here. What we're trying to get is what are the vibrations that actually weave together to make this energy entity? And how does that energy move together? How are these vibrations woven together? And so we're going to use all of the consonants and the vowels together to look at what this energy is bringing out. So what Rumple Girlskin's name is bringing out into the world. And so when we look at the very end, we've already seen this. So here's some of our synchronicities again, where this energy is really meant to understand. It's meant to add to the foundations of things, but this is a very like, I'm trying to find the right word for it, because it's not like, so when we talked about the 4 and these foundations previously, where we looked at, okay, these are like the thoughts, the behaviors, the like the beliefs that are being built upon, those are included, but this feels bigger. Like, this energy feels bigger. It's more like it's trying to find the right word for it. It's kind of like universal, but it's maybe infinite is the right word. Where it's like it's the foundations of as big as you can get. So like the infinite, and that infinite energy is like the biggest you can get. It's like contributing to the foundations of this really big infinite energy. And that's coming from actually well, first, it's coming from all of this 8 energy that we're seeing here. So this 8 energy is very much like infinity, and it is very much like yeah, it's like these 8s are acting different here. Like, they are acting like cycles, but again, it's like these big, huge cycles. It's like the difference between a like a behavior that's a cycle, that's a regular cycle around, versus like the cycle of the moon. Like that energy is much bigger, it's closer to that infinite. So, first, we do have these eights here that are contributing to this vibration of this foundation, this infinite foundation. But also, this four is coming from this 13 of transformation. So, this is not this is not where it's like filling in spaces in the foundation, or like this is like complete transformation of the like the foundations. It's like participating in the it's like the complete transformation of this foundational energetic space. Yeah, and it feels very big. Oh my goodness. I didn't know we were going to get all into this. This is pretty deep. But remembering that transformation is a type of change, but transformation is that change that you can't come back from. So if it's just change, so when we're like experiencing a 5, and like we have a 5 in here, and we have like this 14 adds up to 5. So we have 5s in here. We have this change in here. But it's not, the change is something where you can make a decision and change, but then you can come back from it. That's not this transformation. Transformation is like the changes that are happening are so big and infinite that you cannot come back from it. It's like going from a caterpillar to a butterfly. You can't come back from it. So it's these contributions to these big, universal, infinite vibrations and energy, from a place of contributing to this transformation, this big, huge change. Okay, let me catch up in the chat. Okay. Oh, yes. Lex, that's a lot of our story. That's a lot of our story that we just ended up together and connected through Koala's live. No, there are no coincidences. Yes, it is. Uh-huh. Yep, the vibration is about community in that space. Yes. And yes. Yes, Annie, I'm still sweating. In fact, I'm going to take a sip of water and then we'll keep going. So, we have seen that there's this contribution here to these infinite universal foundations. These foundations of things that span to the infinite. And it's through this space of transformation. And so then that means that this growth, so this growth of 3 is in all directions. So the 3 of growth in transformation is in all directions, but in a very neutral way, where it's not like good, bad, or like the definitions of good, bad are attached to it. It's the transformation and the growth in all directions. And there's something really unique about Rumple Girlskin, where she's able to her energy is able to contribute to this type of transformation where it is in a very neutral space. And in that neutral space, that means you can grow out in all directions. That's how you get closer to that infinite. Because there's not like a definition of this direction is good and this direction is bad. It's just like very neutral growing out. And then the steps to be able to get to this like big growth and transformation are here. So we have 3 steps that have to be traveled. And again, this is like happening at, so even though this is really big, it doesn't matter how big or small the energetic exchange or the vibration actually feels. It's happening at all levels. But where we've seen before, where it's like this is happening to this one person in hip hop, like a shift. So we see, oh, this individual is shifting, but then we also see, oh, hip hop as a whole is shifting, and then, oh, the United States is shifting energetically. Oh, the whole world is shifting energetically. And so it's like happening at all those levels, from the micro to the smallest individual up to the biggest universal energy. But when there's just some people that are able to see and experience multiple levels, because that's kind of what I'm doing, is I'm able to see and experience the vibration at those multiple levels, and then bring it to you all, and then we share in that vibrational learning, and we share in that vibrational movement. So it's kind of the same thing here. So even though there's these steps that are here, these steps need to happen at the individual level for Rumple Girlskin all the way out, especially because her vibration and her energy is going out into that infinite space. But it still starts with the individual. It still starts at this micro and moves out. And sometimes it could be where it's starting at the micro and the macro, like the biggest area out at the same time. And so then it's moving together to get the whole space covered. But that's what this growth looks like. And it's coming through these steps. So this growth and this transformation is coming through 3 steps. The first step, this step 1, is understanding and examining these foundations. So in Rumple Girlskin's case, it is the need to understand these foundations of like what is the energetic foundation, the vibrational foundation of really at all those different levels, as for her as an individual, and then as far out as she can. She needs to understand those steps, those foundations first, because to be able to change them and fully transform them, she needs to understand what they are. And so that's what these steps are. So it's at an individual level of understanding the foundations of where, how is it growing? Where is this growth going to stand upon? What is the foundation of it? And it's from the micro all the way out to the macro. And once there's some understanding of the foundations themselves, then we can get to the understanding of how, this is step 2, but this is how that energy moves through these infinite cycles. So understanding the foundations of the energy and the vibrations at all those different levels, but then being able to understand how the energy moves through those different levels, but also at those different levels. And then by doing that, then there's this step where now these new this new energy, these new ideas, these new beliefs, these new vibrations could be added in to these cycles. So these cycles can be broken, they can be changed, the foundations can be added to and changed, and that's where this transformation is coming from. And there's so much. This is so interesting. I'm just like sitting and looking at it. This is so interesting. So there's a lot more to this story, but we're just going to look at this. If we were to go back and look at all of the vibrations that are woven in here, we would get a much bigger piece of the story. So, like here, this is the cliff notes of the story. These vibrations here that are coming from each of the individual letters is now giving us more of the story, and then you can continue to get more and more. But this is basically what it is. This is, man, okay, Rumble, I see you. I see you doing your infinite thing. Okay, let me see if there's any questions. Anything that I could explain or add on to this? I've been wanting to look at this for a long time, so I'm really excited that I got to do this. Okay, let's see. Let me catch up in chat. Oh, I didn't even notice that any. Yes. Yes. Exactly, LTFM. You've got it. Yeah, that's exactly it. Exactly. Exactly. Transformation is like you can't, like you've made such a big change, you can't go back. So it's not like um Muhammad Ali just had a name change. Because if it's just a name change, now you can go back. But if it's a true transformation where he's truly transforming, now you can't ever go back from that. Yes, that's a great example. Thank you for adding that. Yes, that's a great question, Lex. Yes. So Lex's question, for anybody that didn't see it, was asking if there's a way to change the form of the energy as it returns to you, as it cycles back around. Absolutely. That's what we're doing when we're like doing what we call manifestation. So by being aware of the energy that you're interacting with and that you're putting out into the world, now you can do that with an intention for it to return. Now, it doesn't always return exactly how we want it to, but you'll get closer. And part of that is because of that neutrality of the vibrations. So, when we have so say we are wanting to manifest something like prosperity. Because everybody wants prosperity, right? That's what we all are striving for. So if we have this vibration, so this is a vibrational string. It's actually a plane, but we'll talk about that more another time. And so this is the vibration that includes prosperity. And because I've done some study on this, I know prosperity actually resonates at 161. So this is the vibration of 161. So we can have this understanding that we want to manifest and bring forth prosperity, but we have to understand that this vibration and this weaving of vibrations, because this is actually more than one vibration together, is very neutral. So while this vibration includes prosperity, it also includes human experience. It also includes roller coaster, which the human experience is a lot of times. It also includes, and I'm just pulling the ones that I can remember out. It also includes soul contract. And so you have to first understand that this energy, this vibration is very neutral, and then how you want to work with it. So it's like, okay, I want to get prosperity, but I'm going to work with this energy in a way that I'm using my human experience, which is the same vibration, to manifest or to bring about prosperity. Now, that prosperity again could look different than what we expect, but it will be the pure vibration that comes back. Does that answer your question? Did I go too far? I do that sometimes. But yes, there is a way that you can take that energy, and when it comes cycling back, it comes in a different form. So even just think about like what we call karma. Like we don't always know. We can see how it's coming back around, and we don't always know what exactly was done for that to come back around in that way, but we can see it. So it's like hindsight is 2020. So we can use something like that to help us get clues of to how we can do this in a way that actually serves us. So like I know all of us like all the time are like we have to give blessings to receive blessings, because I know that's just part of being part of this community, that you appreciate and you give in order to receive. Same kind of thing. It's fine tuning it. It's using the right tools so that it's intentional. Like you're doing it with awareness and intention. Okay, I think I'm done for real. Oh, really, Judy? Okay, good. Okay, good. Yeah, we are, V. All right, so let me catch up. Yes, yes, that's a great way of putting it, LTFM. That's exactly right. That it is like it's just your perception, it's your perspective of the vibrations and the energy and how to work with it. Yeah. So by changing your perspective, you can get that energy. It could seem like it's coming in a different form, even though it's the same energy. Yes. Yes, yes, exactly, Lex. So what it is it's like just like you were saying, thinking about this cycling of history, but we can see in history where it's a lot of that growth in the wrong direction. So we can see like when um history repeats itself, but work has been done and healing has been done, it hits different than when nothing has been done or a lot of bad things have been added on to that history. That's growth in the wrong direction. That's like digging your hole, digging your ditch bigger instead of building your tower. Yeah. Yes. I love this. Look at all this learning. Look at all this learning we're doing. It's great. Yes. Yes. LTFM. I love that. Oh no. Not food on the brain. Oh, V. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. It's fun to live outside the box. I like it there. It's comfy and cozy. Yes. Yeah, see? Tiptoe's got that same story. We all have that story of like how we've come into this space and come together. It's amazing. Yes, V, that is like the perfect example. Yes, growing in the wrong direction is yes, that is so right. Where it leads to your own destruction. Yes, exactly. I love that. That was like the best example ever. Oh. Yes, but so Lex, like if you're in the perspective where you're seeing it one way, but others around you are not seeing that way, that's us cuz we all have to deal with that, but it's us learning how to hold that perspective. So when you get to a place where your perspective is neither good or bad, it's just neutral. Now, all of those perspectives are able to be included within it. Because, so, I know it's weird because, like, we're taught that, oh, you have to be positive, make sure you're being positive. But actually, we're supposed to be neutral because neither extreme is really good for you. Because if you are always, so let me see if I could draw something. So if we have like we think about these vibrations and like we have these two extremes where one is positive and one is negative. Right here in the center where we can include all of it, this is actually where healing happens. Healing happens at a neutral position. So if you're positive all the time, then it's not allowing for those parts of yourself or parts of your experience that would be deemed or seen as negative. You need those also to be able to get the whole thing and to actually get to this place where healing happens. Because all of those pieces are a part of us. We're all meant to, just like we all have flaws and things that we need to work on. We all have masculine and feminine energy. We all have positive and negative perspectives. And so the goal is not to get all of your perspectives to be on the positive side. The goal should be to get to neutral. It's acceptance of all of the positive and all of the negative that is encompassed in us, because that's who we authentically are. That's our true authenticity. And that from that place is where we can be in full awareness and we are able to heal. Because if you think about it, if you have a scar, if you have a wound, like you have an open wound and it needs to heal, when it heals, you still have a scar. You still have a remembrance of that wound. It doesn't mean that it was negative or positive, or that it's still a part of you. And so that's the thing that we are having to figure out how to move to. That is the ending of this dualism. Like, instead of thinking about ourselves and others and everything around us as good or bad, positive or negative, we have to get to a neutral place, because that's when we're able to heal ourselves and heal others. I hope that's making sense. Let me get caught up in the chat. Yeah, so that's a good question. So, when so the problem is if you are coming into a space where there's a ton of people, so think about it as like magnets. So, or like a battery, but like magnets is a good one. So a magnet has both a positive and a negative side, right? And so it's the negative side that is attracted to the positive side. That's the side that they want to come together. So if you walk into the space 100% positive, what you're actually going to do is you are going to attract in all the negative. All the negative is going to be attracted to you. All of that negative from the other extreme is going to come in, and it's going to feel like an attack on your positive space. But if you come in as neutral, you come in neutral, where neutral is accepting all of the positive and the negative. So if you come in a space as neutral, now those that are you're coming in with both the positive and the negative. And so then that means that some negative would be attracted to your positive, but also some negative that tries to come in is going to get shot back out. You know, like when you try and put magnets together at the two negative ends and they push each other away. So having the acceptance, it's not meaning that you do negative things, or it's coming in a neutral space so that you're accepting and you're in awareness that all of it is included and connected. Now you can use your positive to be able to help this negative, while this negative that would actually drain you gets shot off. I hope that's making sense. It sounded a little wackadoo to me, but this is actually what I'm seeing as I'm answering your question. Okay, let me see. Yes. Yes, exactly, LTFM. So, yeah, if you fail that first test, then you have to study and have it come back again. So then you can learn those lessons again. Yes. Yes. Exactly. Oh, tiptoe. Yes, we have all of the pieces. Yes. Yes, I love that. We do. We have all of these different pieces. Oh, V, I'm so glad. I'm so glad that this live feels liberating and helpful and healing. Okay, Lex, I get that. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So neutral is not, it's not doing both positive and negative. You got to think, step out of that thinking. It's accepting that both the positive and the negative exist and that you have a choice. It's standing in that place of choice. You can choose to be positive or negative, but you're not making the choice before you go into that space. Because in some instances, you might need to put up a boundary that would feel negative to somebody, but it's in protection of yourself. It needs to shoot that negative away. Whereas there might be another person that comes in where you need to be able to make the choice to be positive in order to have an interaction with them that's healing for you both. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Good. So it's coming together. Yeah. So um I think Lex, so like I know when we first start being able to see, and I think this has happened to all of us. If not, correct me, but I know it's happened to me where it's like when I first started learning about this information and really beginning to understand vibration and energy movement and how we use it, it really is uh, important for you to take it slow. So, if what came through today for you is really around your name and your life path number, you can work with that. Really, like, work with asking uh, questions and thinking about, journaling about those vibrations. Go to the replay and really work with that because um, it doesn't matter if you have all of it, you're still going to have to take bite sized chunks. Yes. Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. Right. Right, LTFM, exactly. Right. Yes, exactly. Oh, hi, Rumble. I'm so glad you made it here. Thanks for being here. We were looking at your name. we were looking at your name and checking it out. Let me see if I can find it. Oh gosh, where did I write it? Nope. There it is. Yeah, we were looking at the vibrations of your name. Uh-oh, what's Josh saying? Now I gotta go back and find out. Oh yeah. So why don't I do this, Lex? Since you emailed me your chart, I will reply. Um, I'll give you a couple of books that you could choose from to start with. Yeah, I'll give you a couple books to choose from to start with, and then you're absolutely welcome to come back here, um, or in email and just ask additional questions, or yeah, we'll go from there. Oh, I know it's a lot. It's a lot for all of us. I think every one of us experienced the same thing as we started going into this. Yeah. Yeah, the study of your name, Rumple, was intense. Uh, Come on now, Josh. Don't be scared that moving away. Oh my gosh, I'm so hot. Oh, thank you, Tiptoe Joe. Yes. Thank you for reassuring her that it does get better. It is a lot when you first encounter it. Yeah, no, you're good. I'm sure Josh was taking notes. Okay, okay, okay. Yes. Yeah. Of course it's gonna be a lots of numbers because your name is long. Oh my gosh. Okay, let me get some water while I'm catching up in the chat. Mm-hmm. You have been handed a whole lot, Lex. I am so glad you were able to make it in. And then you'll come and we'll just keep taking bite-sized pieces off. And we'll keep working. Because that's what we do. That's what we do every week in here on Fridays and Saturdays. You are a neutral witch, Rumple. You are an infinitely big neutral witch. That was the best question ever. I think your questions are great, Lex, but I'll let LTFN answer. I know you all are chatting. Okay, Nunu, see you later. Thank you for being here. Oh, who's being naughty? Who needs their phones taken away? Uh huh. Uh huh. So one of the things that we saw, Rumple, was that all of these eights within your name, they're not behaving like the cycles that we usually see. They're behaving more like infinity, and that the foundations that you are um interacting with, both interacting with but also uh adding to and contributing to, are these infinite foundations. It's like these big, instead of it just being like like ideas or belief systems. These are like infinite foundations. It's like what the infinite is built on. That's where the infinity has come from. You gonna have to go back and watch. It was a lot. It made me really hot. My body got so hot. Okay, good, good. Good night, Annie. Thank you so much for being here. I'm so glad we got to your numbers. Rumple, do you have any other questions? Like you gonna have to go back and watch because that was a lot. Good gracious. That was a lot. But I will answer any questions that you have on just what you see. And then I'm gonna go grab Judy's numbers, and I think that's the last thing we have for today. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. So that's where that infinite came from. It's like the infinite foundations of things, but also the eights, the way those eights are behaving is more like an infinity. Yeah. You're very welcome, Annie. Hopefully you'll make it again soon. I can get on here earlier. I'm glad you were able to make it. Have a good night. Okay. Okay. So let's go. Let me go see if I could grab let me see if I can find first. Oh, look. I went quick, fast. So let me see if I could actually grab um Judy, were there any other numbers I was supposed to add on here or include on here? Or is this it? Oh, yeah. Yeah, no, that's a great question. That's a great question, Rumple. So I'm what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna grab these numbers for Judy, and then I'll go back over to your name. Me trying to be fancy. Oh Lord. Now how am I gonna get back over here? Try to be too fancy. Try to be too fancy. Yeah, that's not gonna work. Let me try again. Okay. Hey, I saw those numbers. Why am I seeing them now? Who cares? I'm seeing them. All right, let me grab this. Try again to grab this. And this time, I'll just try and copy them like this. And then we'll go back over here. Gotta find. There we go. All right, so we're here. So let me go to. Oh yeah, so connecting with other people. Um, oh, yeah. So what we do, so there's a couple of ways that you can use these numbers to understand the connection with somebody else. So so we could take Josh's name. So Josh, I'm gonna just use Josh unless you tell me otherwise that you want more than that. But if we like take Josh's name, because this is your name, you want to use this 3-digit number. And so uh then what we could do is we can look at Josh. So 10 plus 15 plus 19 plus 8 is 52. Did you know that, Josh? And we've seen 52 again today. So 52 is the numerical vibration of the word heart. So why Josh got that big old heart, but also Earth. So why Josh is so infatuated with earthquakes and volcanic eruptions. But what you can do is you can take your 184 plus 52 to be able to see how those vibrations actually work together and how they interact with each other. And so then you could do this for any names. You could also do this for your life path number. And so then this adds up to 236, which is kind of freaky because this is a number that's been, this vibration has been coming up. Let me actually look here. So, this vibration came up with multiple vibrations in July of this year. So let me see if I can find it. And I just happen to have the right journal here. Of all the journals I have of all the world, I've got this one. Let me see if I can find it though. But yeah, here we go. So 236. Okay. So when these vibrations are working together, so when you and Josh are interacting, so your vibrations are moving and working together, the first thing that comes in is a sense of comfort. So it's a sense of comfort that comes in so that you're able to be in a comfortable position. So that interaction is very comfortable. It will feel very comfortable. It also can then, in that comfortable place, it opens up the space for growth to happen. But also, because 2 and 3 together are 5, it also brings forth an opportunity for change. So, like learning from each other so that you're able to change your opinion or add to a change in somebody else's life, or also growth. It also, this interaction between your names, it is getting closer to this place where there's no duality there. It's not like a pulling back and forth between the sides. It's actually finding a neutral position between them, where you're pulling the good pieces from each side. So it's like what you say and contribute and what Josh says and contributes can come together and be in a very neutral place. Um, and so that's this coming together. And this actually is very powerful because then this adds up to an 11 that goes to a 2. So this is a vibrational interaction that is helping to move from a place of balance So this is balance in duality. So it's helping to move from a place where you're just balancing within duality into a place where duality ends. So you're able to find that neutral place. Um, that's very cool. And then I will say, because this is here, this must be important for me to include. So 236, I'm going to write some words and phrases here that all resonate at 236. And I'll show you. See, they're in my journal. They're already written here. And this was from, when did I write these? Let me find the date in this journal. I think pretty sure it was in July. Because this is my July journal. I filled up so many of these. Oh no, it's actually in June. So this was June 30th. So I wrote these 6/29/25. And so the first one on this list is to neutralize the threat. So these vibrations together can bring about a way to neutralize any threats that are coming into this space. So any space that includes both of you, you're able to neutralize the threat. Let's see. There's a lot of here. Yeah, also the sense of security. So the two of you interacting and just being in the same space together, your vibrations interacting, is bringing about a sense of security for yourselves, but probably also for all of us that are around you and get to be privy to the conversation. It also resonates with the let's see, the bolt of the lightning. I don't know what that means, but this phrase, the bolt of the lightning. So it's like when it says like lightning strikes, it's like getting an idea. Yeah. Also, the phrase the new reconstruction. There's like I have a whole page, so I'm not going to write all of them down, but it's really interesting. That this number came up and this journal was just sitting right here. Ah, here's the last one. Need chaos to be in control. You could take that a lot of different ways. But it's saying that when you're both in that space, you're helping to neutralize that threat. You're helping to bring any of that chaotic energy into a sense of control. But also that you can thrive in a space where it feels chaotic, but help it to bring into control. That's cool. All right, let me catch up in chat. Yeah. Yes, that's great. Yes, Rumple Girlskin. That's exactly what like the vibrations are showing. Yeah, it's awesome. And you know what, Lex? You can bring your words here too, because we'll like just like we did with your name. If you're seeing particular words, we can translate those and look at those vibrations as well. Yeah. No. You don't say that about yourself, Josh. You're not stupid and you don't have any stupid questions. You add to the conversation. Very much so. And look, just by your name alone coming up in the chat, it's adding this vibration of heart into the space. That's important. Yeah, this is cool. Yeah, so now, Rumpel, you go back and you look at your reading and your name reading, and then along with this is very cool. So for everybody, you can always use your life path number and your name to be able to look and see how the energy is interacting with somebody else. This is a really good way of helping you to decide how to interact with somebody else. So we get into awareness of the vibration of the energy that is between us. So then we can be intentional in how we are moving and acting in that vibration. So then we can come into the space more neutral. We can understand how that energy and the vibration is moving between us. And so then you can have more productive conversations or know when it's not going to be productive way earlier on and just see your way out. Oh, you're welcome, Lex. You're very welcome. Yes. Yes. Okay, I love this. All right, let's get to Judy's numbers because I can feel my energy going down. It's probably because I need to eat. Because you all in there talking about food, making me hungry when I wasn't hungry. And then I'm moving all this energy and getting hot. Yep, it's about time to eat. But let's look at Judy's numbers. Let's see if it worked. It worked. Yay. Okay, and Judy, you said I saw two others. Was it 666 and 777? Yeah, there. Okay. So we'll add those on as well. And I know this first set was from Koala's Live yesterday. Um, so are these last two separate? Or are you feeling like they are connected? Okay, while you're doing that, I feel like I need to write this. All of these vibrations want to be written out this way today. It feels like they should go here at the end, Judy, but let me know. Okay, I think I'm just gonna put these at the end. And Judy, you let me know if I should change it. Okay, so the first thing I'm seeing is like we have these parallel numbers. Okay, they were during the week, but so okay, around the same time. Um, it feels like they're all going together, but we can like put these separate if we need to. But the first thing I'm seeing is we have these parallel vibrations. So this is when we have these numbers that have the same, they're made up of these same vibrations, but they're just in different order. I like to call these parallel vibrations because they are resulting in the same thing, where they both are resulting in Judy's favorite five, but they're moving differently. So like they're starting with different steps. Um they're starting so like where this one is starting with this one where it's needing to draw in new energy in order to get this dualism to end. Here it's needing to start with dualism, and some part of life is needing to end so the new energy can come into the space. So when you're seeing these parallel numbers, it's basically letting you know that these are the vibrations that you're needing, but you're needing to be aware and intentional of how you're using them in different spaces. Where sometimes you're going to need that new energy to come in first. You're going to need to get energized and prepared in order to face the dualism in areas of life so that you can get to a place where you're not being pulled back and forth. Whereas other times you'll need to end the dualism in one space, like stop getting pulled back and forth in one space in order to get the energy, the new energy in to be able to tackle it in another. So this is like if we're thinking about like, okay, we are looking at the workspace and the home space. And if your workspace is your home space, then that would be like the 221. You need the energy to come in and be able to use that energy to end the back and forth, the push and pull in both those spaces at the same time, because they're really one and the same. Whereas if you work outside of the home, now it's you need to end the dualism in one of those spaces so that you have the energy and the awareness to be able to end it in another space. And so that's what's coming through with these parallel numbers. I think it also is very important to be aware of how many places here we have these ones where it's basically telling you you have all of this new energy coming in, but you may not be using it or using it in the way that it's intended for you to use it. So there's lots of new, my stomach is growling. You all are about to hear it on the mic. It is so loud. I had to say something about it because it was so loud. You might already hear it. Oh my gosh. That's so funny. So that's the second piece, is like being aware of all of this energy that is coming in, and it has come in. It's almost like you have this whole pitcher of ice cold spring water over here. It's sitting over here, but you're looking over here talking about how thirsty you are. That's what these ones look like. It's like you have all of the energy that you need to do what you need to do. You're just not using it. And it seems like there's a part that you're not using because your attention is focused elsewhere. So you're using energy over here, but you're getting thirsty because you're supposed to be facing this way so that you can tap into this energy that you have already. Does that make sense? Something is definitely happening here. Oh, B. Oh my goodness. You like those sevens, huh? Well, the sevens is definitely about vibrational flow. So you have to be aware of the vibration. So when you do see numbers, that's giving you the awareness of the vibrations that are coming in. And then the seven is really about taking action at the right time in the right way. So in vibrational flow. So that's cool. You could tap into that and use that very much. All right, let's add these up. And I think I'm going to add up here and then add up here and then add them together. Okay, I'm glad it's making sense. So let's add up. Oh my gosh, I'm so hot. I think this pillow is going to be like all sweated out. That's so gross. That's nasty. Good thing I don't stink. Not making my pillow stink. Okay, so 212 plus 221 plus 131 plus 111 plus 100 gives us 775. So this is very much a change that can lead into a place of power, because power is resonates at this 77. But also what resonates at this 77 is the word wound. So in this same space, the change can reveal the wound that can help and bring the power into the space. Interesting. Yeah, and then this goes to 1910 1. So there's where more of that new energy is coming in. So it's ending the cycles, it's ending the way things are done. So new energy can come in. Yeah. All right. So let's see this other side. So when we add this up, we get 1443. Yes, exactly, Lex. That we have the most power ever comes from our wombs. And we see that in this vibration where they vibrate the same. And so then this is taking us to a change in perspective so that we can get to a place of growth. And I need to move this over. There we go. Yeah, okay, so I think the next step really is to add these together. So then when we add these together, we're getting, here's that 22 again. We've seen this a couple times today. But it's the ending of that dualism in multiple areas of life. That's really important. And we have this 8 again. So this is adding up to that 13 of transformation, and the foundations and what's happening with the foundations of things is really coming through strong today. Really coming through strong today. So we have to. So here it's feeling like this 18 is really working together to bring an ending to the cycle. But also, this 18 energy is the energy of the moon. It's moon energy. So, with the moon energy, some of these cycles that need to end can be ended. So then you could get to a place where this dualism in these multiple areas of life, this getting pulled back and forth in multiple areas of life, is wreaking havoc. That needs to end. Because you see here, we have the 19 again. Like, those cycles need to end. And this is not even a one, but it's coming through that way. So, like, there's something that definitely needs to end. It's the back and forth, the push and pull in multiple areas of life. It's getting drawn, the energy is getting drawn too thin, especially because the energy that's there and available isn't being used. And so, by recognizing, being in awareness of that energy and using that energy to be able to end the dualism, now we're able to get to a true transformation that's able to change the full foundation of things. It feels like this is a message that has been coming through. It's just coming through in a different way now. That it's the back and forth needs to end so that the transformation that is meant for you can really come into the space and change what you're standing on. Because right now, what the foundation doesn't feel stable. And this is, I think this is relevant for multiple people in here. That the back and forth is making the foundation feel unstable, making it feel not stable. And so the dualism, that polarization has to end so that a new stability can actually come into the space. Because that's needed for this transformation and for what's going forward. Okay, Judy or anybody have any questions about this? I'm going to drink some water and catch up on chat, and then we could spin our wheel, see what our vibration is for this week. Nice. I love a good mind at work. Okay. I'm not seeing any questions. I'll wait a little bit longer in case somebody's typing. But let's get a nice clean page here to get our vibration of the week. So again, for anybody that hasn't been here before, every week we just roll our. Go ahead and ask your question, V. Go ahead and ask your question. I can come back. I'm just explaining what the weekly vibration is used for, and then we can answer your question before we spin. So we always get a vibration every week to just look out for, whether it's looking out for the numbers or whether it's looking out for the themes of those vibrations, because we want to get to a place where we are in awareness, because again, we have to get into awareness first, and then we can move with intention with that energy and that vibration. So let's see. Oh, yeah, let's go back and look at these numbers for you, Judy. Good question. So, it's hard, like I can't give you, and like the messages and the vibrations will never give you like super specifics because um because we have free will. We have our choice. We get to choose our perspective and how we work with and interact with any vibration. But what I can say is that whatever action is taken, it is about um, getting rid of the push and pull. It's whatever actions will be able to um, help to not split the energy between two choices. Like even though you it's like time to make a choice. Like that's the action. Like your action should be clear as to what you are choosing. Because it is about not getting pulled back and forth um because you're not able to use the energy that is there for you. Like there's energy that's there for you to be able to take these next steps and to like manifest what you want and what you want in life, but you can't get to it because you're being pulled back and forth. You're not able to get to it. So I know that's not specific, um, but hopefully it's specific enough for you to be able to work with. So it's looking at the different areas of life, especially those areas of life where you can feel yourself or see yourself being pulled back and forth, um, and being able to take action in a way that will relieve some of that. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, let me know if there's more questions, Judy. And then let's see, V. 432. Yeah, we could look at 432 real quick before we spin our wheel. So 432, which takes us to 9. So this vibration is very much about bringing on an ending of cycles. And we're in a 9 year, so there's a lot of things ending, but also shifting. So it's ending cycles, but also shifting energy. So it's like purifying the energy so that it can be moved to a different space. Is what this 9 is feeling like, and the way to be able to get there is ending dualism. So no more back and forth, no more being on the fence. Make sure that it is actually a position of neutrality, but this actually feels more like it's looking at the back and what's going back and forth and finding the parts that are good in both that work for you and bringing those together to create something new. Because in that new energy and that new space, that's where growth can happen. And then with that growth, now it's stabilizing the foundation. So the way that can get this energy to be able to be purified by ending the parts that we don't need anymore and shifting the energy or preparing the energy to shift into a new place is by examining where there's a back and forth, where it's like a dualism, um, and getting rid of that so that growth can happen, making sure that growth is happening in the direction you want it to. You're growing with intention. because the growth can happen in any direction. And then by that growth happening, now it's stabilizing the space that you're working in. It's stabilizing your energetic field, so then you can make better decisions about what needs to end and what needs to shift. Does that help? Does that answer your question, V? I'm going to catch up in chat while I'm waiting to see. You have any other questions? You all are funny. Yeah. Yeah, exactly, Lex. Yep. Yep. You're on it. Yeah. Because you think about free will is the same as you're choosing your perspective. So the vibration is neutral. That doesn't change. The energy doesn't change. It's the perspective in which we interact and see it does. Yeah, absolutely. Okay, good, Judy. Good. Okay, good, V. You're very welcome. I appreciate all of you. I appreciate you too, Judy. You're very welcome. Okay, so are we ready to spin our wheel? Spin that wheel. So we're going to spin our wheel and be able to get our vibration for the week. And we'll, of course, talk about it. But let me find our wheel. Oh, yeah, there we go. All right. All right, are we ready? Here we go. Spin that wheel, spin the wheel. Woohoo! All right, let's see what our vibration is for this week. Here we go. Ah, that's interesting. I like when you do your guesses. I'm always scared to guess because I know I'll be wrong. Because the universe always has jokes. All right, so our vibration for the week is 661, which we've been talking about because this adds up to 13. So it's transformation, but it's transformation that leads into a new foundation or a new sense of stability. And so we'll be looking for this number. Now, this isn't one that we would see as a time, but you could see it a lot of different places, on license plates, on paperwork, on signs, a lot of different places. And so we also want to pay attention to the themes of this vibration as well. So we want to look for where new energy is coming in the space. So new ideas, new beliefs, new ways of doing things, or even new people could be coming into the space. So that would be along this theme. Also, 6 is all about comfort. So it's examining your comfort zones. So it's using this new energy to examine your comfort zones. So if this new is a person, it could be a new person coming in that's kind of challenging your comfort zones, where it's like, are you comfortable with that? Should you be comfortable with that? Are you okay being comfortable with that? So that's the theme. But then also we have this 66, which we have seen lots of times before, where 66 is the vibration of the word freedom. It's also the numerical vibration of the word family. It's the numerical vibration of the word happy. So these are the themes that we're looking for with this vibration. It also is the vibration of quality. And that's where we've seen it the most. So this week, we want to look for these numbers. We want to see if we encounter these numbers and these vibrations, both in the form of the numbers, but also in any of these themes. This is so much fun. All right, let me catch up in chat. I'm so glad you made it here today, Lex. And I look forward for you. We are here every Friday. Well, not yesterday, but Friday and Saturday is typically when we're here. I never have a set time, so you just have to have your notifications on and watch for me. But what I would say, Lex, if you want to go back and look at some of the other lives or look at my videos, I think I have like over 300 videos and shorts on my channel. And so a lot of what we talk about here is explained there in other ways. And so that would be a good place to start, and then come back and ask all of your questions and learn and grow with us. It'll be great. Oh my goodness, V, I just saw your message. Not been that many days, maybe hours. I would have believed hours, but not days. Oh, thank you, Chico. Thank you. Yes, exactly, exactly. Everything is always connected. We get the vibrational flow coming in, and then we just read it to death. We squeeze all the juice out of those vibrations every time. This was so great. Thank you so much for being here. If you didn't hit the like button on your way in, please make sure to hit it on your way out. And yeah, we'll be here again. We'll be back. And please, please make sure that you know that you can always email me. You can always hit me up in Discord along the week, and we'll be back. Ah, you've got those mirror numbers happening, Judy. We'll have to talk about those. Okay, thank you so much. I'm going to go eat. I need to go eat. But I will see you all soon, and I'll be around just like all of you. So we'll see each other again soon. But definitely next week, Friday and Saturday. Have a wonderful weekend.